Okay. Okay, testing, 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 testing. Okay. Looks like we're good to go. Okay. So, we are back with It Gets Lonely here. Last time, if you saw the last VOD, I played the second route. I put in so much effort. I did voices. I did I oh, um I got emotional, I got connected to the characters, and when those 2 hours were done, I looked at the VOD and my voice was muted the whole time. So yeah, not not exactly happy about that. So that's 2 hours of my life that's just gone. But I don't feel comfortable uploading that VOD as much as I want to YouTube. So I'm going to be replaying the whole second route again. I do know what happens, so there isn't. I'm not sure if watching my reaction would be as interesting. Not that I really know what people watch me for anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna have to redo the whole second route. And don't worry if you did watch the other VOD, I will also be playing the third route. I think I'm just going to make this a longer stream and just blast this out of the water. Just so I get to see at least something different tonight. So, yeah, that is the current plan for the stream. So, yeah, at least like I guess I'll just start the game. Okay. Okay. The music's really loud for me. For some reason. Okay. There we go. Oh God, I'm feeling really flustered. I didn't realize how much the last VOD shook me up. So I'm sorry if I seem a bit odd this stream. I think I'm still a bit shaken up by the fact that I was muted the whole time last time. So my apologies if I'm not quite as invigorated this time around. Hopefully my energy will pick up as the stream goes along. So, you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there is still much and more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs, which feel ready at a moment's notice, to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So, you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as a pearl, or an orb, or a crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them are even darker than the night which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything, either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There is nobody here to hear your entries. How very sad. You try another door, and then another, but the result is the same regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There is nobody there. Once again, you have found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your own purposes? Nobody is here. You might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you are looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here, at the very least, who can help you. That is what you are thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination, until you make yet another discovery. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You are so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you do not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing sentinel on this hill like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like oslines, and others are shaped like crosses. we're just gonna slide over that and pretend that didn't happen. A handful of headstones were even shaped like angels, though these were few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have, subconsciously, already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn to the myriad of tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well, such superficious details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves and turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there is much to explore. You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing, all-encompass. I know what that word is. I can read, I swear. All-encompass, all-encompassing, encompassing, I, encompassing. Curiosity, keep going. And as you do, you see her. She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself. But she is much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you observe her, hiding, all the while, in the shadow cast by the church, like a fervid lizard clinging against a rocky fence to shroud yourself from the sun. There is no sunlight here, though. There is only the night sky, and the stars, and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is the girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it. Its sharp edge. I don't know why my brain just is deciding to turn off at the moment. Its sharp edge biting into the earth that you understand. It is a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves, slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic almost in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished, she could use she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. What but what do you have left to lose? You have come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she is looking at you, and you can tell that she is pretty. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear, cool blue like ice. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of these things. The shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curve upward at the edges. She is smiling, and what a smile it is! It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with the light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You are so relieved you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, but she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice, which does not match her dainty appearance, "Well, she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting?" Okay, so in my last play of this route, I gave her a country accent, or at least I tried. I'm not sure how effective it was, but considering like the twang that is in her dialogue a bit, I thought it would be kind of fun to give her a country accent. So I'm trying my hand at an accent again, because I personally, I don't know, it doesn't feel right to read her dialogue without it now, because after like reading her voice as a country accent. So that's what we're gonna do. So bear with me, I'm working through it. Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive, the only one in the whole world. I don't know why I'm suddenly feeling self-conscious. Now, this is quite the elusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She is rather more personable than her appearance would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh, don't you know? There is an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed of your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everyone knows everybody else. The girl expression falls. At least, they used to, back when there were still people to know. That ain't the case now, though, not after the plague. There was a plague? That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everyone else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right. It's just me here now. This, I'm not even sure if this accent sounds any different from my normal voice. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. Tidal drop. Again. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. You have, where have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. And you say you're a traveler, yes? And your hands are so very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and drink. And to drink. My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more willing, I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought, when you saw her among the graves, that she would be more distant, somehow more mysterious. Perhaps you are mixing her up with someone else. You are still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold nipping on the graves. Well, I mean, there's like all the villages, like there's the village, there's the rest of the village. There's a ton of empty cottages you can stay in. That's an option. What are you? Or a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation. That at the very least, you do not want to appear too eager, but your adequacy adequance is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? She is the first friendly face you have seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home, located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such state The girl's home is in such a state it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be the more the more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eye is alive, and she says, "Here we are, home sweet home." You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homely or very sweet. But hey, she is offering her her home, man. You have no room to criticize. If you really want to stay somewhere else, you can stay in one of the cottages in the village. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Precisely. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists and is perilously low. Not so much that you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There is a fire in the corner, and though it is not consigned to a grate, the fire, instead, is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot, suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there is a roof over your head, and food to put in your belly. The girl looks at the pot, suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with a ladle. Wait, So did she just... Well, I mean, if it's a stew, I guess it's okay to leave it unattended, but considering the house is wood, I feel like it's a bit unwise to leave a fire by itself. Then she brings a ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she was brewing within it. You can only hope that she is not, like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fennel snake's flays. Ah, yes. I think this is just about done, the girl says, to no one in particular. She sets the ladle down, back into the pot, then looks at you and smiles. Do you want something? It looks as though you've been quite It looks as though you've come quite the long way. You must be hungry. These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. You are so hungry you can eat a horse. Not that there's any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Give me a few moments. Your hostess retrieves two earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours two hefty helpings of whatever she was cooking. This she serves with bread, which is all so hefty that it could be used as a murder weapon. I'm glad I'm not the only one who comes to that conclusion. Like, whenever I, find something heavy and just sturdy, my immediate thought is, I could murder someone with this. Just whack! Done. Why my mind goes there, I don't know. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. That would take the edge off your appetite, though. You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliged enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves in presentations, but in actuality you are not much better than animals. You are so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, and your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches you while you eat, and she giggles once you have finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh, you catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now that you have some food in your belly, though you have been suitably warmed, your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not did you not make a fool out of yourself? You you demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She is not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seemed a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes, your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right, there was a plague. And what of the villagers? What of her father? I feel like plague explains that. They're all gone now. Gone? Yes, you see. Her hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We lived here for centuries, by the church, so we can tend to the graveyard. Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial, back when he was alive. But, wait, no, not but. He built the coffins, he dug the graves, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense averting your eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us, when it happens to all of us. It is a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a grave digger, and so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It is who we are. My. That was surprising. A surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education, and is apparent just to listen to her, and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she's never had any elo- elocution lessons? Not like you. There is a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So you ask your hostess, what does she make? Oh, well, there's a yawn. Whoops. Sorry about that. Whew. So, so you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, your hostess, the gravedigger, says. That's about right. Though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. But my father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I have plenty upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could, without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she were still alive, she'd rather I focused on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving, or sewing, or to better attract a suitor. Not that it would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother? She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. Oh, well, you can relate to her, at least upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware, but you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. It would seem heartless. The The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, a bit somberly. It's all right. It was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That, too. I was the oldest child, so it was my job, after my mother died, to manage the sweeping, the cooking, oh, and looking after all my siblings, too. You blink, intrigued, then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You are not exactly being subtle, because she shakes her head. I had siblings, two younger brothers. They're both gone now. Oh. I don't know why I love just the one word like responses of just like, oh shoot. Whoops. You should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this flux past. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. Our brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest died when he was still a babe. The oldest, he died before reaching double digits. I was upset about it for at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life is a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade. Digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for us all in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer, or so I've heard. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She is not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It's too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just me, my father, and me, and that was fine. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and I didn't dine on the finest foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine. That was just the way life is around here. When food supplies are low, we always help one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least, they did, until the plague happened. Ah, yes, she had mentioned a plague. You had been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty. You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village, but hum? I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't all that long after all. It feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she is entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You have never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked on the streets and packed up on wooden carts come to them away with no shortage of a balm. A palm? She was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came very suddenly. There was no warning. One day everyone was fine. The next, they were all dead. It was with no small amount of anxiety that you eyed the grave digger. Then you ask, worriedly, surely they could not have all died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerated. But the truth, honest to God, the people in the village died, one after another, just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through was that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain. I'm just guessing, still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats, stomach cramps. And then there were the boils. The boils? Pustules. They were the size of eggs, and they were full of pus. When they burst, it sunk. It stunk. The whole house was full of it, the stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him, lying on his deathbed, and she shook her head. She said she didn't want it. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. It felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill. I remember that, after she left, until a few days passed, and she fell sick, too. Then I felt bad for cursing her. I, I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but the grave digger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flakes of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might, at any moment, fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father: the clammy skin, the fevers, the boils. The boils grew, then they burst, and then they died in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I didn't think even that 3 days was too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves did any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, taking him, telling him it'll be all right, until his eyes sank into his skull like two black stones, and his mouth dried out. During that last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just laid in his bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments Gravedigger squeezes her hands, which were resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbed with an awful emotion, she says, "I wish he just died." Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. The grave digger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. I can hear the the country accent blending with my normal voice when I read. I'm trying to keep the two different. There it is again. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You are not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of effort, even if it is a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say, very softly, that you are sorry. It is not much, but it is all you can think of saying. You had thought, initially, that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now that you see that this is not the case, her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She's a very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you, no matter how foolish you might be. Do you really deserve such kindness? Oh, again with the apologies. It's all right, like I said. You didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you. I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder, though, I never fell sick myself. I thought I was going to die, so I had already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he just wasn't interested. Maybe he already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for some practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left, by the end of it all, whose I had to bury the whole people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, where the plague can't reach 'em. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though, the gravedigger tenses, and then she sniffs. Then I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and the dirt from my clothes. Aha! So there is a village that did have this share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. Now is not the appropriate time, homie. And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. Now that I think about it, did you know the farmhands that the mermaid was talking about? Because when I played through that one, the whole time I wanted to go to the village so we could come and find the farmhand she was missing. Considering the plague happened, it's clear that that woman is probably dead. But I am curious to know if the gravedigger knew her, or if the stories even really connect, or if the locations connect at all. I think that'd be pretty cool if it did connect. And the priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine once she has finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She is being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend your hands towards her, meaning to... what? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be emphasizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want. You endure more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side, your hand resting upon your lap, as useful as a damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, the bereaved. And so, after a pause, just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh, no, the gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away from the back of her arm. It's all right. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You weren't callous enough to trample over this poor girl's hopes, are you? If you'd known full well yourself how awful that feels. You you know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough in a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment. The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please, and frown. The girl's home is small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spare bedroom is in all likelihood the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. Oh, shoot. I didn't think about that. But maybe. You do not think of what. Whoa, I don't know why I am. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I didn't even do that much today. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man. But what choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why is all you can do is keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you can recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in this world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger, once she has finished her preparations, to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit cramped as you feared it would be. At least there was a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble, you were half expecting straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean, too, a fact you discern with a curious glance. So you will not be expected to sleep upon a sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day. I got you this too, the gravedigger says, somewhat shyly, as she hands you a folded gown to sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are, a bit shabby. She can say that again. She can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud, and the hem is torn and ragged. This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it fits all right. It's clean, if nothing else. You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you, and you yawn. A fact the gravedigger, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help. The gravedigger bows her head at to you like a drudge and hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you would almost forget all of the hardships you have hitherto endured. Her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and hospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but soon you have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, and pull on your new silk gown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were adept enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You recall your previous dash to the forest with such vivid detail your heart is still pounding. That fear has yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it has suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Okay, I am going to step away for a moment because I can feel my energy kind of dropping. So I'm going to go and get a drink of some kind that might re energize me. So, one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. So I just got myself a quick Dr. Pepper. I, interesting enough, I have anxiety and I actually react very badly to caffeine. So I don't very often drink caffeinated drinks. I keep it to a minimum because my brain goes to places I'd rather them not go. But I'm kind of wondering if when I'm tired and I drink caffeine, if it would work like it would for a normal person. We're gonna test this out this stream, and hopefully it doesn't backfire like I think it might be do. So one more swig. Okay. Phew. Fingers crossed nothing bad happens to the character and to me. Okay, going back into it. Your eyelids fall shut and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It is not long until you are spiraling through the dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatoire, you are frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatory, the place where this adventure of yours began. You are wearing the crisp white blouse you once disregarded and your gray, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in turn. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, even so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, and no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game of what of complete and utter disregard continued on and on and on as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, began to fret. You began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had soon a name. Your name. You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This is why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so assiduously. Hmm? They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, your sleep more comfortable than you had anticipated. So does this mean that she's dead? Like, because if this is like a prank and a bullying joke, that is a new level of commitment to bullying. But on second, if she really did die, I find it strange that they would care about her death. Which I get it, like when death happens, people tend to get a bit more serious, but with how off, like at least the impression I'm getting from the game is that she was pretty severely bullied. Like everyone was kind of mm, getting in her face about stuff. Like nobody was really on her side. So I'm wondering why they would suddenly care when she died. So I feel like, I don't know, I'm kind of conflicted because if she died, that would explain why she's here, where she is right now. Like this, where she is currently like an afterlife. But if this was a prank, I don't know. I feel like I need a bit more information to come to any conclusions, so I guess I'll stay quiet and keep reading. When you awake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, a bit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen, in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare. The gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and under your eyes, which are dark, and exclaims, in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful. I think I need to get you something warm to drink. Maybe you need something to eat too? Let me get started on breakfast. And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It is food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Your stomach is beginning to rumble. The tea is inoffensive at the least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the grave digger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return, a sunny smile like a field of blooming bellflowers. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else, she says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the grave digger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The grave digger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off of your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you, the sound of your feet against foliage and the swirl of fog. You sleep, and you are by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open from paro- paroxysm, par- paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you are sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread and keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. Ah, that honestly kind of feels like a dream. You know, like living in a small wooden cottage hovel and sweeping the floor and baking bread. I don't know, it sounds nice for some reason. It's actually my dream to live like in a cottage and like have like a food garden and then just, I don't know, just away from the city. I don't know, it seems nice. I mean, of course, it comes with its own hardship, but I don't know. At some point in my life, I'd like to try it. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but pose a question to her on a particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There is nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You have always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it. What's the point in it? Hmm. The gravedigger ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky her temperament is so very placid. I don't suppose there's any point to it, really, the gravedigger eventually says, with a small smile. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. That's all, is it? Hmm. You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nested amongst them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose. She does it instead out of sentimentality, or out of sentiment. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spend all my days idly, I know, if I spend all my days idling uh, on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of a braying of a horse. You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger, as it echoes through the gray, gloomy sky, is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempt to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and preparing the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there is dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks up to the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, infusing the interior of the kitchen in a homely aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. Thank you so much, dear one. There is nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now let me give it a test. The gravedigger dips the spoon into the soup and brings it to her lips. She blows on it. Then she places the spoon in her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before, in the past, and she's always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking's not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in relative comfort, as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the grave digger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger exclaims. Wait, I realized that was not the right the gravedigger exclaims, after drawing the spoon from her lips, her smile a bright, lidless one. It's delicious. Your face flushes at this compliment. You are unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've come, you've become quite good at cooking, really. That's a relief. You were not very good at all of you were not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw this sullied soup out. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups, during your stay, have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup, this soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat it with. But oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me. Ah, yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup that it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, no, that's all right. You made dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the bowl soup while I'm busy? Of course you wouldn't. You would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it up. You serve it, soup and bread alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in this simple affair after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. You would like to sit with you would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, as you have sometimes in the past, that or play cards. The nights are long, and there are no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of Old Maid, alas, will have to wait. You are too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. Sorry, gotta rub my face. Sorry if the tracking on my VTuber is a bit weird. Okay, I think I got it. Got it. We're good. You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. That's all right. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest up that pretty head of yours. You do not think you are particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding, then rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You have only just slid on your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong but to one person. It is the gravedigger, come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're all right. The gravedigger was trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear the wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she's done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry to your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inwards with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber? Thank you for letting me in, Gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health. You just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm. You were always pale. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink? Maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm. You appreciate your hostess' thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that this won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought about my father, too, before he... The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these systems, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country, and you shudder. Oh, So our main character's from Europe then. The plague took place during in Europe, right? I thought it was Europe. If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, the gravedigger says. But before that, this was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Your hair? That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red, is all I just thought. Well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me if you're not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing. What is that is what the gravedigger says, but you have a distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think, but she has been so very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her of this small self-indulgence. You'd rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are certain you have made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now let me just fetch my brush. The gravedigger retreats to from your room in a hurry, and returns soon after, holding in her right hand a promised brush. This artifact acquired. The gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, an her expression pensive. Ooh, gosh. Okay, I'm gonna take another swig of my Dr. Pepper. Okay, sorry if my model got messed up for a moment there. Then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so that it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatory. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, like silk, not like mine. Mine is so coarse. This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscence. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because of her voice. When next she speaks is dreamy. I think my mother used to dream, like not used to dream. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me back when she were alive. It must have been a long time ago, though. It's funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. I always find this kind of funny, like the act of a mother brushing your hair is always kind of a very endearing one. It's like bonding with your mother, and like it's very relaxing, and you're being very comforted. My experience was very different. with my hair because I have curly hair and my mom has straight hair. Like we have basically opposite kinds of hair. And I remember her combing through my hair and it hurting so much. Like I could feel like my hair being tugged everywhere. My head was like bobbing like everywhere from the force of it. Just ugh. I don't think it became much better when I started doing my own hair. But recently I found a comb that brushes through my hair like butter. It's so nice. But yeah, I don't when I think about my mom and the good times, I don't think about when she was doing my hair. But I can see why most people do. I can see how it can be relaxing for most people. Perhaps there is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont summing forth such images you would not know personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much. The gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. I forgot how intimate this scene was. My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still, though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. I appreciate that she also didn't have a very good experience with her mom doing her hair. Now, this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I can't rightly say, the gravedigger says, with a somber sort of voice. I was young. Like I said, when she died, I don't really remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning. Oh, and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough, despite that, to brush her hair. She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who liked to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. So, I always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled, not that you could see it with your back, with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that. I always capsized around outside after my father, watching him dig graves, as he dug graves. She said it was inappropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. Grave digger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had a lot of hopes, my mother. High hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Our profession was an honest one, but I never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have the intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can harm more, can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you, really. If he loved you, then why didn't he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he you know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice. At least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You did not try to tell the grave-digger, therefore, that her mother loved her, that she must have done else, that she must have done, else she would not have given her birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravedigger says, after a pause, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Your parents are only people, after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Very true. Your parents are only human. It was a big shock to me when I realized my parents were human. Like, of course, everyone knows their parents are human, but I feel like as you get older, you begin to see a more human side to them. They're no longer acting as your parent, the guardian that can do no wrong, and they're just kind of going about life and they don't have to worry about putting on a front for you. So yeah, very strange experience seeing your parents be human. Just because one has brought a child into this world does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It is a painful subject. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what. Her companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces, at least, until he wasn't. He died, and I didn't do a thing to help him. Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off of her in waves. It is all consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This, you have no qualms telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush which has been hovering in the air, inert from her fingers. Then you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but can't help but think, what if? I keep racking my head over and over, trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything. And even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried, and I buried him. And now I'm all alone. She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you are there? I know that. I know that I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All the villagers, all my friends, they all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too, not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worried all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forward, and her, her arms around her middle, as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries, and she cries, and she cries. For a few moments you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear an accumulative weight of all the sorrow she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too wary to think of pretty synopsons. But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough, for once, to throw caution into the wind. That, and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting. Yay! Gravedigger really needed it. You open your arms before the gravedigger can pass a comment and pull her to your chest. Oh, a soft a soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of the wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there is nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She is all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry, briefly, as you hold her, that you have, perhaps, made a mistake. Or your attempts at consoling her too clumsy. You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before, because you have never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impotence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes. Until, at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's blades, shoulder blades, and her back, and gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There is no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets. You still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You have already accepted the gravedigger, after all, every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality. You have accepted her food, and now you are accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she wakes from the when she wakes come the following morning, her head resting against her chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you and the wetness on the cheek of the gravedigger. There is the sound, regular now, and less intense than before, of your companion's muffled sobs. There is this gentle, tender moment, snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night, which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighed down with stones. They droop exorbitantly downwards, pulling you like a drowning maiden into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn, then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep, more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. Uh-oh. But when you wake, you find that you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you were aroused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late. The smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping? That is startling. That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. She snored and memed too much. Well, hello there, Tinker Ace 131. Welcome to the stream. That would be funny if the Gravedigger just kicked her out. Guten Tag. I'm not sure if that's how it's said, but I hope I said that right. Guten Tag. Ah, I'm glad I was able to say your name right. Hey. I think I only got it right because I heard it somewhere at some point. Yeah, welcome. At the moment, I'm nearing the end of the second route to It Gets Lonely Here. I've actually played this route before. Unfortunately, in my previous stream of this, I was muted, so I have to go through it again. But we're nearing the end of it right now. Yeah, F indeed. I was devastated when I learned I was muted for 2 hours. It really is a true pain. But we pick back up and we do it again. And honestly, I actually rather like this route, so I've been having a good time. The darkness which shrouds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick that you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold, too, and you are lying upon something hard, some sort of like of a stone slab. What is going on? You reach out, but your movements are too stymied. Stymied? Stymied? I think that's how you say it. There is something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before, upon waking, but this discovery, you feel downright aggrieved. Aggrieved? Aggrieved. A sharp prolong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and you try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There is a wall above you, and walls on either side of you, walls which do not bulge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You have never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, know why, but a terrible Prenotion, motion, premotion, is beginning to bear down upon you, on which initially you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You are lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but in a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it, the irregular sound of drumming. It is though somebody, though they must be very large somebody, is tapping their fingers upon the lid of your coffin. That or it's raining. It is not the fingers of a giantess, though which is disturbing to you, nor is it falling rain. It is dirt. This sound continues, on, as though it is drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless, like the ticking of a great celestial clock that cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you? When you were running through the forest. You ought to have known, silly thing. Well, I hope you didn't hear that. That was my phone ringing. You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry out not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl whomst you have been living with, and whomst you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely, this is some manner of mistake. Once she realizes that you are, in fact, entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you, she will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness and back into the world of the living, and then she would hold you close. She will embrace you. You cannot mean to cause you harm. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. As Victor Vance once said, your life is about to expire. Indeed it is. She is indeed about to expire. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, a bit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's been filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. So you're awake, then? Are you, dear one? The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says, in a perplexed sort of voice, "Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd sleep a couple hours more, so that the last time we spoke would have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad." Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense, you are attuned to every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You you pose this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think, in your optimism, that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you're hoping, though, it is in vain. That's right, you really do catch on quick. So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought that she was your friend. We are friends, the grave digger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty. I am very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a good time with you all these last, how long has it been again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand. But you understand her reply even less. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says, in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying someone alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You cannot see. It is too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but not had anybody to put them in. Not for ages. That was rather sad. You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good would come of it. All you can do, for the present, is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this god-forsaken village, not after the plague messed up everything. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not going to let this opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is a part of my job. That's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. Is it really a part of your job? It's not a part of your job to bury the living. It's your job to bury the dead. I buried my mother. I buried my father. I buried all my friends. And now I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic, in a sense, as the daughter of a grave digger. Digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you in. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes. There is a bit of a flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You are not dead after all. Glad we're on the same page. You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity, but you will be given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've ever known died. Who's to say you won't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die, quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought out plan of burying you. Your coffin is not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it long enough, you will run out of oxygen. Then you will suffocate. That, or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be slow, painful one. You are unsure of which death would be worse, though given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she's still there, still here. You tell her, tearfully, that you would never leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long. Then you'd leave me. This way, at least, I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you, like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot close to my home, so that you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because of the panic that has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping up your throat so you can only cry. You scream, you beg, and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, whom she loved all above else. She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think she is going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She's beyond listening. Hush, hush, dear one, says the gravedigger, very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you for all her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing be able to hurt you down there. It'll just be like, it'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave, and you'd like that, wouldn't you? This way, we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head, conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt and the scrapings of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream, and you scream, and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You can't reason with someone whose mind is gone. Yeah, you really can't. Reasoning with someone means that they have to have the ability to reason. You are in no position. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin, over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. Hey, it could be worse. Yeah, it could be worse. At least like buried underground, you can it would take some time, but after a while you just kind of close your eyes and accept fate. There are more violent ways to die or get murdered. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box, which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the back of your nostrils when you inhale. I should know. I've been fighting wars for over 100 years. Oh, shoot, that's a long time. But yeah, it could definitely be worse. And with 100 years under your belt, yeah, you definitely see a lot worse. It is so potent that you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here, underground, forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You recap what you sow. Wait, you reap what you sow. Why did I say recap? You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Okay, I've already seen both routes, but I'm going to play them again, just so everyone has an opportunity to see them. Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Okay, first we're going to go accept our fate. Very well then, enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is good night for now, but it is not goodbye. You cannot escape from me, even if you are buried deep beneath the earth. Where there is a will, there is a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. So that is the ending if you except being killed and suffocating underground. Now to fight against it. You are not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well. I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Okay, so in the very beginning, there was three options. There was the beach, there was the village, and the last one is the one we see currently on the screen, which is go to the castle. The first one, we met a mermaid, and we drowned, because the mermaid drowned us. You just saw what happened with the village, and now is our last option, go to the castle. Here we go. Actually, before we go on, there's a part of me that wonders if the narrator is the same person as the being that was chasing our main character through the forest. Of course, that's just a theory. I don't have any grounds to really bounce that around in consideration, but that's a theory I would like to put out there and see if it is potentially a thing. So let's go to the castle. So, you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're begeared, but upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? Assuming that the castle you'll meet a fate similar as the French monarchs during the Reign of Terror. Yeah, that, yeah, considering the other routes, it's highly likely something bad's gonna happen. Fingers crossed it's not as bad as that. I don't know much about that time period, but hopefully, I mean, not that dying at all is really all that nice, but hopefully not as violent. It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlit meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereignty. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. Hmm. Nah, they'll be like Mr. Beast, give you money. They're rich monarchs after all. Maybe, maybe not. I feel like it depends on who you're interacting with. The rich that I've encountered are a little more stingy than that. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions, as you run, of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who might be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you've read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pierced like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender and her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You you do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream. You do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for their peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cadaver wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to be grand, though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can so careless. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagining will help you. Why? There is no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope that keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? You cannot answer that. Did I not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though as it hangs above your head, round as a pearl, or orb, or crystal ball, the moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. Time is just a concept. Why would it matter in her situation anyway? True, I think she's should be a little more concerned with her life at the moment. So time is not exactly something that's worth calculating at the moment. The stone edifice of the buildings is imposing. It drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that someone is home. The king, the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What perhaps, what, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that the armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of the king and queen, so and so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. Huh. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there, dithering, your filthy fingers hooked into the front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there is nobody outside of its perimeter, standing sentry. He bought the land in the metaverse or bought some bad crypto NFT, didn't he? Eh, maybe, maybe not. Maybe, actually. I mean, I feel like that's a very quick way to kind of have your money vanish. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates, which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior, are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There is nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far. It would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has, at long last, begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy as and as secretive as a thief, and cross the path which leads to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at the push of your palm it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you out in the dungeons? What? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though you would not have to keep walking. And you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why it is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, and you press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle is secured. You then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall, made of stone which splits off into a number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in the sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. "Hello," you say, your eyes wide. Is anyone here? There? Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anyone is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Could they be in another castle? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of familiar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seamlessly endless series of hallways until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jab, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be waiting for you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. And there is our princess, sitting upon the velvet sheets of the towering four-poster. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown, who seems to be of a age like you, like an of seems to be of a age of a like age to you. Okay, I don't know why my brain just short-circuited there. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. Ooh, I don't like that picture. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half as endearing as she is. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you are not afforded much more time to stand there marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then, Her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl was pretty when you first observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she is looking at you. However, her face illuminated by the flames and her great, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, she's beautiful. So much so, it is breathtaking. She looks as though has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. Whoa, whoa, the repeated phrases are being said again. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of these things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinching, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who's holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representation of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You you always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You are rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh, the girl says, with a voice surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. I'm wondering if I should put on a voice for her? Hmm. It's good to see you. I've been waiting. Is that is that is that a good voice? I feel hmm. I was thinking of going like more British, but it says far less refined, so I'm thinking maybe like California girl more like. I, I don't know. Maybe I'll test it out in the next two ones. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there is quite a lot of space, then takes your hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow in excitement. You must be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you've finally arrived. I knew you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when I knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but not you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. It's been like 1 or 2 minutes. You shouldn't be jumping to conclusions like this. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You are not a good enough actress. And in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own, "Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all?" This, the disappointment on the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her, she is still a stranger, but you are struck, all of a sudden, with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you will not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country, and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive then, from another country, I see. I won't pry into your past. Then, if you would rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth. Okay, I'm going to try a different voice because I feel like the other one isn't very different from my own. If you don't mind, have if you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I feel like that one's slightly different. Technically, it doesn't fit considering her voice is unrefined, but I would prefer the voice to be different from mine, so I have a little bit of an easier time switching between the two. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her, unthinkingly, that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that is right. I am the princess, and one day I'll be queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the prince's dress. As you look at your feet, bashfully you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. And you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. Anyway, you weren't. Anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod your head in silent affirmation. It wasn't a complete lie. You really aren't from this country. You are not from this world at all. How wonderful! I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All my servants have come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same. So there are superstitions. I could not do with a I could do with a fresh oh it's this voice is kind of odd. Sorry as I get used to it. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too infamous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded that much. I've been shut up in here for so long. I've hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and she was the one before, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that's quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. The castle was full of servants once, and my lady's maids, and my under maids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large platoon of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why. They would have done. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It's so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive. But they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer. Then you flush. You hadn't known. It's all right. No need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with any intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped.
You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty.
They aren't until the dead use them to speak. Oh, that's true. And her doll does look like the sort to be possessed, honestly. Wouldn't be surprised if it started talking at some point.
It gets so lonely here.
Oh, my voice is turning back into the Valley Girl accent. I think I'm just gonna accept that it's. I'm just gonna try to hit the spot between sophisticated and Valley Girl. We'll see how this goes. And also, title drop. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? Yes, you have. You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in that curiosity conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her constants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announced before you could say anything. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here. I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Unfortunately, she does not show all of the room. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereas that she offers you some dixtils. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes its door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to the small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half as opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides. It is res- resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are unassumed beige, an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles are of warped wood. There is motor, a malodorous scent too, which hangs in the air, one disguise, one of disguise and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here, though if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. She is concerned.
Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This unexpected This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her reading attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty as well. Like, what the? The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. It has a roof and four walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bed's sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatory, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over all your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. Isn't that a mood? There is only one bed in this room, and is, this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. Dang, they should just download Twitter. They can share it with everyone. Yeah, take a picture, post it. This is my new room. And then I think Twitter would just tear apart this room. Start saying, I'm pretty sure that speck on the wall is this kind of mold. You should tell like your renters that this, and this or something. Just so much advice and then so much criticizing. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it, and the last time I went up there, not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been sulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid. You're my lady's maid, which means you deserve good lodgings. It'll be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rambling on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. It's better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded, too, back in the conservatory, for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can to be unbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers, with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more in the morning, tomorrow, if you don't mind my careless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least.
I'm just gonna go with Valley Girl. It's just easier.
Though I'm sure you're getting tired of it. You'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did. The princess departs, and in her absence you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean, but things could certainly be worse. Indeed, they can be worse, and they probably will get worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired. Your sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the night time. Like the nighttime sky. Oh, the button is still purple, but not for long. Boop. It's black now. Oh, oh, thank you, Tanqueray. I really appreciate you following. When the stream ends, I'll make sure to change. Actually, would you be down to change the bottom name, like the new follower name, to yours right now? Since my alerts don't work, I have to do things manually. But if you, yeah, I'll do it right now. I feel bad for doing it like at the end of the stream because then like I don't know. I want your name to be up here for longer. So, one moment. Yeah, let me just. Okay, my tablet's already on, so let me just. Where? Sorry for the delay. Ugh. Okay, and let me just switch the screen. No problem, no problem. Thank you for your patience. Wait, I just realized. Let me just... There we go. I forget that the screen for my Clip Studio Paint is like right behind everything. Where's my tablet pen? There it is. Okay. Just gonna have to delete this real quick. And then is there a particular color you would prefer? Blue, please. Okay. Would you prefer a lighter blue or like a more solid, deeper blue? Solid like me sword. Got it. Okay. Just have to give it a quick outline. Where? There it is. And then, whoop, and my selection. There we go. Katana, I would say. Okay. So you're more of a katana person. Is that like your preferred weapon of choice? Let me just save this. And then I need to save as a PNG and it should update. I like to base my character on Jetstream Sam, if you know him. Unfortunately, I don't, but I can look him up right now. Let's see. I'm not particularly great with names, so I might be able to recognize him when I see. Oh, I have seen him around. I'm not too familiar with the Metal Gear series, but I have seen images. He's a video game with a killer song. He looks like he would have a killer song. He does. I'll probably look it up later, like after stream. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do after stream. Unfortunately, I can't really play songs on stream because there's the chance for it to be copyrighted. But yeah, did it update? Yep, it updated. Now your name's down there. Although my character is more in a formal uniform with a fedora on. But yeah, there's your name at the bottom. Once again, thank you for following. Let me just bring up the game screen again. Okay. And onwards with the show. You are now immortalized for the rest of the stream. Like the night sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I rather think of your nocturnal imaginations are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they? To which your slumbering mind is subjected. You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a phoenixscope. I'm just gonna glaze over that. Were not conjured from within your mind. They were, instead, taken from your memories. Immortalized until my perception of the concept of time runs out and someone else takes the throne. That's fair. Yeah, I do update it every time someone follows. But I was thinking of maybe making, like, writing down everybody's, like, name that's followed me so far and keeping a list of them so that when it comes time to, like, name characters, like on stream, I'll use those names. So, no worries. There shall be characters in the future named Tanker Ace. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffed up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food because no one ever wanted to sit with you. Hmm, looking forward to it. Yeah, I look forward to naming a character after you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind. They never asked for these favors, mind. For why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies, too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, frailest, and the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot. It was your lot in life, as you were dwelt, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatory, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead. And as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, than the slaps, than the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. Ooh. Ow. This happened quite some time ago when you were even literal, literal, like smaller. That's a very odd word to place there than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Okay, okay. So it didn't go completely through, but still, ooh. Yeah, your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then your professor saw it. She shrieked. Her face turned as pale as away, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. She just got stabbed. What do you mean? Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. In pain, the pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They were never punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everyone else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even get any stitches. Oh, thank God. It healed well enough in time, on its own, though it still left a scar, a white, raised thing, like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost, but it seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron, but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But it seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If it meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disoriented when you wake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamed, but you did not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where, where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatory, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. You, your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until with a gasp it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from. You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look at to the foot of your bed and blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, two garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task is accomplished. You then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your new-found identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's room. The castle is a large one, with many, many rooms, and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented, when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, and find your way down to the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes! It is here. You rap upon the door, but receiving nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still in bed? You wonder, briefly, whether you ought to wait until she is risen of her own accord. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought, instead, to arouse her. It seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher than when viewed in the wan morning's light. You can see, now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very optimate your young mistress' abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut and her lips pierced in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody said your job would be easy. Once again, you call the princess, but this time she replies. Response is not a favorable one, however. Mm, she sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conser- conservator, save for your knowledge pertaining to respiratory tracts of fish, it was that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatory, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her, once again, to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be in bed in such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. All right, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up, I'm up. You don't need. I'm up, I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have aroused the princess from her bed, you have put her doll. You have put her doll to one side. You sit upon her toilet. 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 Well, you aid the princess in brushing her hair. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. Ah, if only my parents were this kindly when waking me up. Oh god, I'm just having like memories flash by of like a door slamming open, my mom beginning to blast music, the vacuum being turned on. If I could get up at a decent time, man, me too. I feel like I can get up at a decent time if like I have like a prior engagement, like a job. But when I don't, being a reasonable adult that wakes up at a reasonable time is off the table. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair. How wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But curiosity query from the princess. Are you all right, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your scan, san, scancel cautious thoughts, would you? Oh, but that's my fault for sleeping late, like I'm doing right now. Oh no. Oh, yeah, I honestly, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be watching someone else's stream. After this, I'm probably not going to be sleeping either. It's so easy just to like be online, watch a stream, watch YouTube, and then just let the time disappear until like you see the light outside and you're just like, oh no, I pulled an all-nighter. It's like 2:37 a.m. for you right now. Oh my gosh. Why why aren't you in bed? That's so late. I hope you don't have anything to do tomorrow. I would hate for you to be like
feel like horrible. And now I'm unemployed right now. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I mean, if you're not doing anything, get live the life you need to right now. I'm currently also unemployed at the moment. But I will get yelled at if I sleep in for too long. Yeah, I think that's the benefit to not living with your parents. I'm currently not living with my parents, but I'm moving back in with my mom at the end of the month. So all my freedom and getting to sleep in late as I want is soon to come to an end. I'll miss those days, but I think it's probably good that I too get yelled at for not getting up. I just graduated last year. Oh, congratulations! Graduated from high school or graduated from college? And only worked for volunteering for a month. Well, volunteering is better than like nothing. Volunteering can get you like some good opportunities, some good work experience. High school, I don't want college. I suffer enough mentally. Oh, yeah, I get what you mean. College can be a bit overwhelming. But as someone who has gone to a bit of college, I feel like college is a lot more manageable and purposeful than high school. I think the professors are a lot less pressing about things, and they also are a little more passionate about the subjects that like they teach, and it helps that they don't have as many students as high school teachers do. All I'm gonna ask is, did you drop out? I guess technically, in a way, I only went to community college, though even then I wasn't particularly working towards a degree. I'm actually planning to go back to community college this month. I'm hoping to meet with a counselor soon so that I can get my classes in order. I was thinking of going into agriculture or graphic design because I might not like college, but I want to see other that want to go are currently going to succeed. Okay. Yeah, I can see what you mean. It's nice to you of you to like want others to succeed. It's very sweet of you. Well, I hope that I do succeed this time round, except bad people. Yeah, yeah, that's valid. But yeah, I think for me, I think as I get older, I start wishing, ooh, I'm a little global political, and I'll leave it there. Okay, okay, that that's chill. I'll leave it be if like you want to leave it there too. Okay, I should probably keep going with the story. I thought that you had learned your less I thought you had learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastised, you finished the prince's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at your askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of devising herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's all right. That's what you're supposed to do. Yes, that's all right. That's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before excepting yourself. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed fervently, not wanting to examine your body for longer than it is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way you look. You made a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's all right. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You are not sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work quickly. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She is not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed your shoulder, upon your shoulder, to the window sill and the sky above it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so that you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you were able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions, once again, as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worried for the princess. You search hurriedly, worriedly, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search. The princess is standing there, all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles. Are you looking for my dress? Yes, you reply. Your face is flushed. That is what you're doing. I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why you'd not ask where it is. Maybe it slipped your mind? It had slipped your mind, yes. to your shame. You were too busy trying to fixate upon the prince's bared skin to think about how to best conceal it. My dress is in my armoire, the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. The armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside the wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. It is easier to look now, you think, with her skins concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you have ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. Ha! So much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. I've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you reassure the princess that you did nothing, really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by someone so pretty is embarrassing. Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I? When you've been so helpful, it's rude not to, and anyway. I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really. What with all this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiric tendencies. You are making yourself quite an easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. With your adequance assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems to seems she seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. I feel like that's really pretty, with all the white flowers. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It's all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in and to a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your olorous mood. She, instead, looks elevated.
by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush, one full of bright red roses. "Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they're gorgeous, dear one?" "The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose?" "They make for a fine spectacle; in fact, a welcome splash of color in the contrast with the dullness and drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted and withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood, their heads so full that they seem to almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty, in a sense, but there is something unsettling to them too, something that is almost obscene. How did the roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Oh, shoot. That's a good point. Because there's nothing, because the whole garden's dead. So is there like a water source? Or something being buried underneath? Oh, could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but oh, they are simply divine. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out as to pluck one of these roses free from its resting place among its brethren. You watch her, breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in a perforated flesh in bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course, she is not. Who did you think she was? You? The sass from this narrator. Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly perforated rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now let me see. I wonder what the fate has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes through the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of Penrolia. She loves me not. She loves me, she loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal which crowns her nearly diluted flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one you are familiar with. The girls at the conservatory also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones, at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well,
That is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she's wishing to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Oh, naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet a part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and laughs and laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she's ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of conservatory, but it's different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles, as smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? Can't you tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose-striped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bush, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you, too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined, you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the prince's offering, but oh no! You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is more to the rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns, too, a fact you are now beginning to being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger, and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why are you so stupid? Why were you so stupid? God, the way I said that sounded really demeaning. You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims. That's why you always carry a pocket knife. True. Now, in my experience, I feel like I haven't seen rose like roses with like thorns that like pronounced and sharp. But yeah, a pocket knife would be very useful to like just very quickly take off the thorns. You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggest this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket, with which she might staunch her wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they give brave knights token of their gratitude? once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons. Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It simply is not done. That is what you always thought, but please hold still. This might sting a bit. The princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand, carefully, as though she is handling a precious object. She raises your hand, her eyes affixed, all the while, on the beads of startling crimson blood which are oozing luguridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. She then dips her head and parts her mouth with a soft sigh which borders on sensuous, and slips your injured digit between her teeth. What is she doing? So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. That's not kissing. That's not vampire? Highly likely. Oh, that's why her dress has so much teeth. Like, her dress has a theme of teeth. Oh, oh, our main character is gonna get eaten. And why is she pale? Yeah, all the signs were there. To be fair, though, I feel like the majority of the characters in this game are pretty pale, except for the mermaid in the first route. This might not be a conventional kiss. Although it's surprising she's not burning in the sun. True, but they did mention that it wasn't sunny outside. Like, the sun's out, but it's not, like, beaming. Like, there's a couple clouds. Though, I think I think any amount of light could cause a vampire to burn, huh? But you're right, probably right about her being a vampire. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremendously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what she is doing. Oh, the princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. There's better ways to stop the bleeding. Fun fact, a vampire can't come into your house unless you invite them in. Oh yeah, that's true. Another fun fact, did you know that the whole, like, vampire, you can't see vampires in mirrors thing comes from the fact that mirrors used to be backed in silver? That's why you couldn't see vampires in mirrors, because mirrors were backed by silver back then. So technically, vampires in modern times could see themselves in the mirror because mirrors are no longer backed by silver. Yeah, that was a surprising fact to me. I've always wondered why vampires need to be invited in the house, though. I forgot the silver bullet weakness. Honestly, I feel like a silver bullet can be used for quite a few different creatures, considering silver is just known for purity, so it's kind of just used as a it's used on quite a few different creatures. I think the weapon most people think of when fighting vampires is like garlic and wood stakes, so it's understandable that silver bullets aren't exactly the first thing that most people think of. I love how we mentioned, like we like realized that the princess is probably a vampire, and we immediately somehow get to the topic of weapons. I think silver bullets and stakes. Yeah, yeah, that's solid. Well, hopefully our main character will, well, considering the history, she's probably gonna die. She's gonna get eaten. But it would be cool if she could find some kind of means of like defending herself. Oh, oh, didn't I tell you I'm trying to stop the bleeding? Yes, you gathered as much, but is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable per se, but it's rather awkward. You did not expect it. That is all. And she is not worried that this is unhygienic. Unhygienic? This, yeah, it's unhygienic. The princess blinks, and she's the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your finger is still nested in her against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do it for me when I was a child. That's what you're supposed to do. That's not what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my lady's maid to look after me. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously, because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that is quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder. If such a thing is possible, though this might, perhaps, be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow into your face rather than your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep sucking on it, but she still is. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew that her mouth was doing to you, you are sure you would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much more than any thorn on a rose ever could. The days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life.
There is no running to be had while you are working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatory. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite bestowed with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half as ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night she chooses to make them known to you. Are those feelings romantic in nature, or are those feelings hungry in nature? You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate that and the fire which crackles in the grate. You only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look at the princess, who is laying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you learn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go, not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Wayne, is she all right? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, which make me feel a little out of sorts. Out of sorts in what way? Wait, wait, that's werewolves. Vampires don't act weird with the moon. With what, you ask? Does she mean by that? Only that it's very cold and very dark, and it is very windy besides. I'm afraid that there'll be a storm later. It's off. It was awfully cloudy earlier, and we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of them of you promenaded about. Oh no, she's gonna morb. Oh, she's gonna morb. We promenaded the gardens earlier. It was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer, no more, no longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be all right? All alone in her oversized bed in her high-ceilinged bedchamber. You know it's silly of you to contemplate such query. Why would she not be all right? There is nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. Yeah, there's nobody in the castle to hurt her, 'cause she's more likely to hurt someone else.
You in particular. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she could have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased, perhaps, that you are taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take too much of your time when it's so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little longer and reading to me? Provided you can, of course. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles. Regardless, hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you can read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatory, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not much of a great feat. Perhaps it isn't, but where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm very fond of fairy tales, you see, old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though. The bindings are weak, the pages are brittle, the writing is woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while, please, dear? Oh, please? The princess's request seems a simple one, expressive, expressed sweetly, so much so that you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess, upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. When you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open, the pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel, in the heft of the book's many-fold pages, the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it's as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which accumulates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though the tale has touched her very soul. Would, would that there be a handsome would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly, or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point I think I would settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark, and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You did not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, hm? As my maid, shouldn't my happiness, come before any silly ideas of propriety?" "Well, of course," you reply, "but for a princess to marry a scullery maid—" "You're still hung up about that?" The princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself." As if anything like that would ever happen when there is no priest around who could officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of priest, though she does not though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such wedding officials. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. It was a nice story, the princess says, but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You do not mind, you reply, but it's getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read me one more story? Read one story to me? Just one. You can choose a short one, I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You'd rather out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures accumulating at their core in a happy marriage. The tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes five, and even then, when the candles flicker on the princess's bedside, are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request that of more. If she were less commonly, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would have seemed as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed. So I know. The princess' eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggled. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. Homie, this is gonna end bad. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with eyed, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess lowers. The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come. And that is what you do, after returning, briefly, to your own chamber, to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning infamous to your infamous princess's side. She is already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, waiting for your return, as though you are a knight a knight-errant, gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say. You couldn't possibly let you do that. But I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't think mind a bit of a role reversal. It makes things more fun. You try a few more, like, run refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. You feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle grounds, all while your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims, once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow, and with a shaky voice you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but the princess reaches out, then takes your hand in hers, twining the fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way, the princess replies, after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's a part of the job description. You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an anthrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily, and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time, and have been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, and your body being weird by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. Next time you wake up, you're gonna be dead. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wildcats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout of death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you,
and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long.
Oh, of course they don't last very long. And we're in a dungeon. You know that sometime, you know that something is wrong, catastrophically so. The moment you open your eyes, your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that, when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. Oh, man, if she didn't sleep, I know. It's always when she sleeps. It's always when she sleeps. Except for the first time. The first time, the mermaid was just like, hey, come into the water. And she was just like, okay. And then she drowned. But the but these last two, it's always when she sleeps. Oh shoot. Also, if you look at the background, the skeletons are wearing maid uniforms. So they all didn't disappear. I think, did she kill all of them? Oh no. You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chills seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Man, it's always when she lets her guard down. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. You feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jauntily as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You are standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn in anxiety. You feel like you are going to be sick, and the feeling which swells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. Well, I mean, technically you are, but you're definitely not the only body in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress you once wore. Others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are fits in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained. I don't think there's any flesh to feel a pulse on. But even if you could, there would be no point yet. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach. one through which her entrails have half escaped in some sort of burgundy goop which might have once been pale pink. There is another woman slumped beside the first, of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. She, maybe she is not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might be even younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Oh, oh, mm. Her body is peppered with even more wells, and her face has been half smashed in. Oh, only one eye remains, staring affixed at the wall opposite of her, and in the ruin remains of what was once her skull. Over there you see a woman who is missing both her arms and lower jaw. Over there you see another one missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you, should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it's no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This, too, gliacal. It is obvious that the escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that would do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather startling, starting to get on my nerves. You are making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Oh, whoops. I accidentally right-clicked. Whoops. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. She is not your kind. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now. She has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, unhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, bending steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? I don't know. We woke up in a dungeon. What do you think? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever exit, to the dungeon. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. The once red
Once the red of the prince's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you woke, but once again the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It's horribly cold down here, and so very drab. And there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty. That would have been a disaster. I need to be more careful. I don't want anybody left to clean up after my messes. I won't have anyone left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. No! Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured it out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could. You could cringe away from her, but you cannot. You're completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you, though lucrative in her kindness is as best you can. But though the prince's caresses are tender, your circumstances are rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, the princess says, in a cloying sort of sort of voice one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Then why, you ask her, is she doing this? Probable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up here. There is nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes. How very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her portrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is that so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I have done to all my other servants. I have I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. Mm, according to the other body states, no, you won't. And by take good care of, she means naturally, I'll kill you. What? What? There it is again, that word. It seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There is nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This is just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in a dungeon and letting them die? Exactly. There's a bit more to it than that, though. Of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind for that. I'll be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I am greedy. I am a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with fiendish fervor you have never seen before witnessed. And I don't want to, and I don't want to feel you beside me. I want you inside of me. What? Oh, oh, well. All all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a little giggle even lighter and more murdery than just airy. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but aren't but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Waningly, the princess sighs, be- begurdened woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I mean, I don't think anyone would appreciate dying and being eaten alive. I don't think it could be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least when she still had breath to speak, of course. Oh, you look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes are fixated to her face. She is still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps, in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremendously. You ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you? Why there aren't any guards, any servants in the castle when you first arrived here. The question had crossed your mind, yes. You are sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what actually happened. I didn't want that. Ooh. I think I would have preferred if she was a vampire. I feel like that would have been a less painful way to go. Oh, snap. For a moment, I thought something moved out of the corner of my eye, and it scared me. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. Oh, oh. Did you now? You suppose you ought to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. It's the sleep paralysis demon. Ah, nah, he's back. And in my waking hours too. I'll get back to him when I finally go to sleep. Maybe because I haven't been sleeping all that much, he has to visit me while I'm awake. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide, like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fussy old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were all like my family. They raised me. In my parents' absence, I adored them. They were so very dear to me, and I had no real choice. No, I feel like you had a choice. I feel like not eating people is a pretty easy choice to make. I had to eat them. No, you didn't. You didn't have to eat them. Does that follow? No, logically, no. Why? You asked the princess, your voice trembling. Would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for your kindness. Well, why wouldn't I eat the people that I love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have better ideas. Not eating them. Let's list all the ways you can show someone your gratitude. Not eating them is, I think, the a big one. Gift giving, acts of service, compliments, hugs. I'm trying to think of what the other like love languages are. Give them money, exactly. Give them money. Pay them for their services. So so many things you could do other than eat them to show your gratitude. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. Well, to be fair, all the leaders are dead. She's the only leader, so technically it is kind of law since she's the princess. She likes that picture of the rock about to eat pancakes. Yeah, though this pancake is a lot less appetizing. Uh, a better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increasing wages or increased holidays. Or you're right on the money. Yeah, exactly, increased wages. The princess listens to your arguments, her expressions astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails for her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it's not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she's laughing. Oh, dear one, that's very funny. But why would I care about law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be queen. I am the law. Oh, Jesus. That is a good point, but would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool. You know, no matter how I might act, I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess and nothing, but name only, a monarch without any subjects. It's a monarchy, not a democracy. No increased wages allowed. Oh, that sucks. Even then, in America, there's no such
thing unless there's infl inflammate infl infl I'm sorry, it's like midnight for me. Inflation. Then they increase it to make it worth the same. Yeah, the people up top have lots of little loopholes they can use to make things suck as much as possible. Increase wage so that it's easier for things to run smoother? How about no? How about we make things difficult for everyone but me? I don't know why that is so many leaders' thought process. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It is woefully lonely. Because power and money. Yeah, power and money. I'm not sure if this falls in line with power. Definitely doesn't fall in line with money. I don't I don't know what this is. I think this falls more in line with greed, potentially gluttony, maybe more so gluttony. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anyone would be able to understand I just said the word! The intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. She's a more think about drive, it's about power, we stay hungry, we devour kind of person. Very in line with the rock eating pancakes picture, huh? Put in the work, put in the hours. We take what's ours. Oh, oh, she's taken devour very literally. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you think to ask, with your weary throat, which is sore from shouting. Why? A very good question. Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Yep. This is what every other person has said. Don't leave me, so I'm going to kill you. What is this logic? Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure they would never leave me. Well, once you go to the bathroom, they do leave you that way. Even then, they don't stay with you. And you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself to consume their flesh and blood. Demean? Not only are they getting eaten, but you don't even like it. I don't know about you, but if someone were to eat me, as much as I would prefer not to be eaten, I would at least hope that they would enjoy the meal. At least make me into a yummy dish afterwards. I am a magamous ruler, you see? I treat all my subjects equally. I don't want to be treated equally, if this is what equality means. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You have
been awfully nice to me.
So communist. You have been awfully nice to me.
And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain, ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intensely as this, but you have captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against her cheeks. Can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it ghosts against her skin.
Oh, I'm gonna save. That's not the save button. Oh, I'm just gonna save right here because I think we're going to have a choice soon. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse, though it might sound. Something of a comfort. Mm, I wouldn't say that. Her eyes are wide. Her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really, the princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, and the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. Oh, you feel the princess's breath, the warm chill. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. Ow! The princess's mouth is around your neck. Oh, she's eating us alive! The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping up on it in great greedy goblets like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twist around your waist, and you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. Ooh, no. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. She didn't morb. No, she didn't morb. She turned into something much worse. Or didn't turn into anything worse. She was already not quite there. The princess was sincere when she spoke of her love of her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, love which is so very abnegant and borders upon monstrous. Just a boring vampire. I, I feel like a vampire would have been even would be better than this fate. She's literally eating her alive. I mean, vampires do eat people alive too. But at least they're not tearing flesh. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princesses eclipses anything you have ever known before. Well, keep praying for escaping. I don't think we're escaping this. Well, I mean, I guess in this timeline we're not escaping this. I feel like we're gonna get another option to not accept this fate, though. This love of the princesses eclipsed anything you've ever known before. It eclipsed sanity. It eclipsed reason. It eclipsed all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior. But the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her lips redder still with your blood, and then splits apart her jaw. What? Her teeth, oh, her teeth are impossibly inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. And she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it's red. There's so much blood, you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but the task proves beyond you when the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Oh, your attempt. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you escape this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? I'm gonna save right here so we don't have to go through that. That whole. I'm gonna double save. Just a little. Okay, we're gonna accept our fate, and then we're gonna go back and fight against it again. What? Wait, what? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon, than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying end to this particular narrative, but if that's what you want, then so be it. You do not mind I do not mind indulging you. That is what I have always done after all, from the moment we first met. I I've dis- I I have decided myself tirelessly answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think that, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood is minged with that of the princesses. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. How does it feel to be adored so arrogantly? You'll never be lonely again. I think my theory. Wait, I'm. Wait, I think I already said this theory. But like, I guess I'm going to repeat it. I'm pretty sure the person talking to us and the person who is chasing us is death. Death won't leave us. That's why we keep dying in all these routes. And I'm guessing we died in our real life. Okay, let's fight against our fate because I would rather not be eaten alive. That's a good answer, I must admit. I like it. I feel like everyone likes it. It's impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback to our story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs. particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Har har har. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Give up? Gi- give up? I mean, is there any other, is there like a secret button somewhere? Shoot, there's no secret button. Shoot. I guess we have to give up. So, you've come back here, have you? What does not come of, that does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with three potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you are always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips, is sharp, ragged gasps as now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated, as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, is twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular. They no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You are certain that you passed this root once already, that you sidestepped it. Perhaps your memory is beginning to fail, just like the rest of your body. Is it almost time for me to make my grand entrance? The witching hour. I just got an achievement that said that. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forwards, dull and senseless like a sack of potatoes. Your arm hits the ground with a crack. Ooh, one which makes you cry out in pain. Ow! Tears begin to bead in your eyes, wet and salty, tears which you cannot subtly mind. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like a mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you were crying. But you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You try to stand, and had you the energy, but you know, as you sit there, dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you, but you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why, then, are you crying? You've always have been a crybaby. That is why they tease you so much. It is because they knew they could be guaranteed a reaction. You are so very predictable. Even now, after you've tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. As you sit there, sobbing, you hear, or you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You're so panicked, you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There is nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I have always been here, you know. I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not?
A contract with a witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It is time for me to collect my collateral. A soft gas escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way around your back. Naturally, you know those whose arms they are. They are mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time have to reach out to you in so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It's a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether using that book you found in the library, you were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You plead with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. I implored you, and you entreated. You entreated, and you wheeled, and you whined, and though I have some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted someone to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You have, but in a very violent way. You might think me wicked, but I think you are being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all your wishes come true. I did not think, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes, so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair, so that no one might ever think you are beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs, so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all these intriguing ideas over in my mind, but I am a merciful witch. No, you're not. She died like 3 times in like very painful ways, in increasingly painful ways. Though you hurt me, I do not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love, and I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been barred, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. This is why I had to drown you, you see? This is why I had to bury you. This is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. No, it's not a favor anyone really wants. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you are very lucky, don't you know that? There are few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love it ought to have been staked even your unquenchable thirst. You know, now, now that it feels like to be adored, I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now I think it's time you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again.
Okay. Phew. Was that the ending? How many endings are there to this game? Let me look that up real quick. Okay. Um, oh, count all the deaths. Okay, so there was mermaid death, there is the um, gravedigger death, and then there was the princess death. Oh, hello. Hi, I am Poppy Seeds. Welcome to the stream. It's we just finished the game, but hello. I believe we just got the last ending. I'm actually looking up to see how many endings there are to the game, just to see if like there's a better ending than the one we had. Oh, thank you. I like your model. Your dress is pretty. Thank you. I designed it myself. I actually don't have any legs or arms. It's a simple model because this is my first model that I've rigged. I'd like to rig more in the future, but yeah, who needs them? I can just draw my arms. Wait, where's my gamer hands? Float for the win. These are my arms. Thankfully, it's not painful, so the perks of being 2D. But thank you. I appreciate that you like my model. Ghost arms, yeah. They can magically attach. I bet. Yep, they magically attach. That's what. Whoa. One day, hopefully, I'll have a fully rigged body so that I'm not just a flowing incorporeal being. Actually, I don't think I've shown you all of what my my body is like. So here is let me let me just open YouTube Studio real quick. This is the complete what my model completely looks like. So you drew and rigged them? Yep. Ooh, scary ghost indeed. Yeah, I drew and rigged my own model. Impressive. Thank you. It's very simple compared to a lot of other rigs. Like the movement of my side to side is like not great. I and then there's looking up and then looking down is kind of limited. A lot of mistakes were made with this model, but I'm actually really pleased with it. This is your first, so it's okay. Yeah, mistakes are always okay when it's your first time. Mistakes are okay with anything you make. It's kind of just the process of creation. But yeah, this is my whole body, which is not a whole body. I don't have any hands or legs. One day I might. Hopefully when I find the time to rig more. Hey, more than some people. True, true. Who's the little one to your left? Oh, this little one over here is my chat mascot. I made this little guy. Since my whole theme is tulips and ribbons, I made this little guy. I'm actually not the most pleased with him or them, mainly because what I wanted with my chat, like I made him. He's cute for what he needs to be, but I think for me, what I love about streaming is being able to interact with chat, even though I'm not the most socially skilled. I think the biggest part that's really important and what's really lovely about streaming is interacting with chat. That's like the most important and best part of streaming. So what I don't like about this is the fact that I I would prefer a chat mascot that I make with my chat, where I go back, like I would love to do a stream where we all brainstorm what kind of mascot you guys would want. As much as I love this one, I will keep him around. I would like to get as many of like the people who like to attend my like streams and we all brainstorm what kind of chat mascot we would like. That'll be hard. Yeah, it is hard to a degree, but I think I think it's possible. Hard, but possible. But yeah, that's something I would love to do in the future. Just have a stream where like everyone sort of suggests what they like. Maybe I would post something on Twitter and be like, "Hey, what kind of like mascot do you feel like represents you guys?" This poor guy is going to be used for kindling. He's not going to be used for kindling. He's going to stick around. I do like his design, but I don't want this to represent chat. For now, it represents chat, but I do want a more personalized mascot for you guys that you guys can connect to more. Oh, and you followed. Thank you for following. I am Poppy Seeds. Couldn't even be used to start a fire. Well, we're not going to use him to start a fire. Little guy is gonna be sticking around. Don't worry. He's just I. You know what? He can be the mascot's pet. He's the community pet. But, but yeah, just to like close out what is happening with the game, I think that was the ending of the game. Quite, quite, um, the ending. Um, I didn't expect a witch, but it's very in tune with the way deals with shady characters tend to be. I definitely liked it. I would say 9 out of 10. 8 out of 10? 8 out of 10. 8.5 out of 10. That's how I feel about the game. And as what seems my perception of the conception of time as being immortalized has run out, well, not yet. I, considering how short of a time you were up here for, I think I'm gonna keep you up here for longer. Let me just move things around. I'm gonna put both of your guys' names up here. One moment. Where where is my newest follower?
text. Okay, I'm gonna move this up here because my alert box doesn't work anyway. So, so I'm gonna put you up here. I think that's a good spot. And then F for alert box, indeed. Nothing works for some reason. I transferred everything from Streamlabs over to OBS because OBS takes less of a toll on my computer. But so yeah, but nothing transferred over, so nothing works. I believe you have to go through it 3 times, but you can speed through it without having to click much. The true ending is one that's positive, so that's all I'll say. Oh, so there is a better ending. Oh, shoot. You have to go through it 3 times. Huh. The thing is one that's positives. That's all I say. I have to, so I have to go through each route 3 times? Or like, have to go through like the whole game 3 times? You can press the fast forward button. Oh, okay. You know what? I think I'll try for the ending tonight, since like I already played a good portion of the game. But first things first, I have to put your name up here. So let me just pull up Clip Studio Paint. So to let you know what I like to do, since the alerts don't work and they don't update, I manually put everyone's name up. So since you are our latest follower, I'm going to put your name up here. And then right after, we will try for the good ending and the true ending. I've seen someone else play this. I followed the category because I enjoyed the story. Yeah, it is a really good story. Like, I really liked what I've seen so far. And I'm honestly intrigued to see how it concludes. I was kind of sad that, like, I thought that was the ending. But if that's not the ending, I definitely want to try for the true ending because I would like to see how it ends, you know? Question take Question, you take game suggestions? Um, I'm down for game suggestions, though I do have to warn you that my computer, I'm working on a laptop. Oh wait, I completely forgot to. One moment. Let me just transfer. There we go. My laptop isn't the most optimal laptop for streaming, so I'm limiting all my games only to like visual novels because that seems to be the type of games that my computer can handle best. Oh, by the way, Poppy, what color do you want your name to be? It was a pixel horror. Well, I mean, I can definitely see if like the pixel horror can work. I think I just need games that are not as taxing on like a laptop when streaming. So, I mean, it's highly likely it could work on my computer. I know how that feels. If it's not a gaming laptop, it won't run much.
It actually is a gaming laptop. Unfortunately, I think I'm just not quite great at optimizing my settings so that it can run nicely. Are you able to see my Twitch name color? It's called I'm Scared. It's on Steam. Um, oh, and let me see. So you want, yeah, okay. So you would prefer it to be reddish, kind of like the color of a a red poppy. Yeah, I can definitely do that color. Yeah, I can do that. Let me, whoop, 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 and then that's a little too dull. Nope, that's too, mm, nope, too light. Sorry, I'm like color checking. That's too, okay, I think it needs to be a little more. Oh, okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, let me just, I currently can't color check everything is black because it's dark mode. Oh yeah. I had to actually look at my OBS settings in order to see which color it was because on my phone it doesn't show me which color it is. Let me just selection create from layer. Oop, edit, outline selection. Okay. I am deeply sorry for how long I'm taking with this. Okay, let's see. Oh, shoot. Browse, desktop. Thank you for your patience. It does mean a lot. I'm still getting a grip of this whole streamer thing. What? 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 Incoming, incoming. Okay. I'm trying to arrange this so it looks nice. What? And there you go. Now you're both on. Now you're both your names are up there. I hope you guys like it. It looks kind of wonky. I really need to redo my overlay. Now I've been immortalized on this stream. Yes, you have, Poppy. And real quick, I'm gonna look up I'm scared right now. Let me see if I can. I I am kind of everywhere right now. I I just want to make sure that I'm getting all the information that you guys have imparted to me. I am scared, pixelated nightmare. Oh, I think I've seen this game before. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I can definitely play this game at some point. Like, wait, let me try pulling it up so you guys can see. Unfortunately, I'm having a hard time finding it. One moment. There we go. I know this game like the back of my hand. I'm just gonna mute our current game real quick, and I'm going to change this over to what I'm looking at real quick. There we go. It is like, don't hug me, I'm scared. I'll be in the emergency backseater if you need me, hopefully. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need someone here because I have a really bad freeze reflex. I am absolutely going to die. I'm absolutely going to scream. I do not do well with horror, but I'm personally willing to try things if you guys want me to. It released as a demo back in 2012. Okay, let's watch the trailer real quick. As for, oh, that's kind of loud. Oh, I'm feeling very self-conscious at the fact that I put this in full screen. So do you play horror games often? I don't play horror games at all usually. Mainly because, as I said before, I'm a huge scaredy cat with a really big like reflex. So it makes it very hard for me to play horror games because if you need to run away, you can't freeze. So I don't often play them. But if you suggest it, I mean, I have been wanting to get a bit more into horror because I really do love the concepts that horror usually covers. Like, I really love how creative horror games are, but I've never really taken the plunge, mainly because I'm scared. But, I mean, at some point I have to take the plunge, you know? I need a heart in order to open it. I'm Scared is a horror game that protagonizes the player and puts him in a surreal first person experience. Find keys, open doors, and search for the exit to this nightmare. But I have to let you know, it will try to deceive you as many times as it can. Enjoy your stay. Please read carefully the explanation at the beginning of the game. It is really important to do so. Okay. I love how they keep everything very minimal, which really adds to like how scary I think things might get. which I appreciate, but as a scaredy cat, I don't appreciate.
Just gonna exit out of this real quick. This game has one ending, but it will trick you into thinking you have the ending when you don't.
Oh,
Well, I think that's half the fun, right? Amanda the Adventurer was big last year. Oh, yeah, I did see that. Amanda the Adventurer was pretty big last year. I didn't see too much of it, though. I think maybe because it's a horror game, I just avoided it because I was just scared. Oh, yeah, was Amanda the Adventurer was amazing. I can't wait for the sequel. Oh, it's good to see that it was successful enough to get a sequel. It's always nice when like smaller game companies like they make a game and it gets really good that they're able to keep creating. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm getting really late to your guy, like to my responses to your guys' comments. Like Little Nightmares. Oh, okay. I didn't I didn't realize it was like Little Nightmares. I've seen a little bit of gameplay through watching other people's playthroughs of Little Nightmares. Huh. So maybe when I get a better computer, I'll take a crack at Amanda the Adventurer. But yeah, thank you for your guys' patience. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm still getting used to this because in real life, I'm not a very social person. Like, it takes me a bit to get warm up to people, and this conversations are always odd to me, especially in group settings where there's multiple people. Like, I want to be able to listen to everyone and make sure everyone's heard. And but at the same time, I'm not exactly sure which order it should go in. So if I lag a bit, my apologies. Thank you for your understanding. But yeah, now that we have like sort of updated the names, we've looked at I'm scared. I should probably write it down in my notes somewhere. Hey, be lucky it's not hundreds of people like big streamers. You're mentioning indie horror games that become successful enough for sequels. Little Nightmares is actually getting a third game fairly soon. Oh, really? I knew there was like like a second game, but I didn't realize that it was going to get a third. Well, it makes sense considering the success of it. Like, I feel like everyone and their mom played the first, and then quite a few people were really excited for the second. Though I didn't see as much coverage. Maybe because my whole YouTube feed is now covered in VTubers. But yeah, it's really cool to see that it's getting another game. I feel like they're really expanding the world of that game quite a bit. I still need to watch some walkthroughs of the second game because I would like to see how like the world develops because it looks very fascinating. But yeah, I am pretty lucky that I'm still a small streamer and I can still talk to everybody. I feel like everyone that's come by so far has been extremely pleasant. I'm very fortunate. I'm actually really glad that you guys are so nice. I was really scared that like streaming on Twitch that people would kind of come and say, "Get off Twitch, you suck." So, thank you guys for your kindness. Also, I hope you can overcome your nervousness. You're really nice. I never judge anyone for much. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I always try to be, well, not necessarily nice, but respectful. Like, because, every person is going through their life, and at the same time, you're taking the time to be here. and that is your time. That is time you are giving to me. And I do want to be respectful if you are going to spend your time here. I do also hope that I overcome my nervousness. There all there will be those people, and I will say nice people overcome them very quickly. That's good to hear. Yeah, I'm still kind of bracing for bad people to come in. I think I've I've been uploading stuff for a while um, on YouTube. On old channels, I've made stuff before, and I feel like I've only really received one comment on something, and it was negative. So I'm still kind of bracing myself. I think Twitch has been like the first positive experience that I've had with the internet by directly interacting with it. Usually I'm very passive. So far streaming on Twitch has been really nice. But yeah, it's good to see like the people on Twitch be such a nice community. Well, you do deserve just as nice of a time as chat does. I guess you do have a point. It's important that things are fun and nice for everyone. Yeah. But at the same time, as the person who's kind of hosting this area of this little corner of Twitch, I feel like there's also a responsibility of setting the standard of what is acceptable and what is not. Of course, I've still got a long way to go before I have to start doing that, but, but yeah, yep, that's right. Well, until then, I'm going to do my best to hone my skills and gotta put them down them boundaries now then later. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry that your past experiences weren't great, but the world won't stop for anything, so it's great that you didn't either. Yeah, I think I finally have gotten to a point in my life where I've realized that making something is better than nothing. And I struggle a lot with perfection, so I have a bad habit of deleting a lot of stuff. So when I make something and then I get into weird ruts where I'm just like, none of this is good, and then I delete everything. So I'm finally at a point where I'm realizing that it's better to make something. When did you start streaming with this model? I started streaming with this model. When was my first stream? It wasn't that long ago. Like, it was within this month or the end of last month, really. So, like, end of December, start of January. So that's how long I've been using this model for. Though I made the model more towards the middle of the year of last year. Ah, really early streamer. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at the beginning stages of streaming. I streamed a couple times with another model on my old YouTube channel, but it was not as frequent as me with this model. Yeah, it's kind of funny because like the themes of that one were more navy blues, so I think it's kind of funny that I turned around and went to red instead as a more main color. Red and green. Green was a constant in both of them, but yeah. Yeah, I'm a very early streamer, like very beginning. but hopefully with time I'll get better. Oh, huh? Well, I'll definitely come back. You do? Do you always stream late? I normally don't stream late. I mainly, I only usually stream for 2 to 3 hours on the weekends, usually starting at 8 Pacific time. So the only reason I went this late was because my last stream I completely botched and didn't realize my mic was muted. So I had to play a couple more routes than I realized. And I might be going later if I do like the true route that you were talking about. Thankfully, I have nothing to do tomorrow, so that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, it was I 2 whole hours I started trying to do voices, like I was so proud, and then I looked at the VOD and it was completely muted. Just my voice was gone. The audio for the game was on, but my voice wasn't. So a little bit traumatic. I was just like that was so much of my time. I tried so hard. But I mean, it is what it is. Today was sort of picking myself back up and dusting off the dirt. But yeah, it really was like funny. I've been debating if I should stream later because I feel like more it works better for most people. It is 5 a.m. Gotta eat. Best of luck with the rest of the stream. Thank you, Tankeраce. I hope you have a good night. I'm really sorry for keeping you awake so late, but I hope you have like a good amount of rest and you don't get yelled at by your parents for waking up late because you really do need to sleep. Because 5 a.m. It's morning. It's morning for you. But yeah, thank you for stopping by the stream, Tanker. I hope you have a good night. Wait, not good morning? A good night because sleeping. Good morning since it's morning for you. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. But yeah, with that, I think I'm gonna take a crack at the final ending. Okay, here we go. So you said that, oh, I've learned something after watching VTubers every day for a year now, that being that it shouldn't be a VTuber stream without some form of scuff. Yeah, I feel I feel like the scuff comes from all of the programs that are just up because it's not just OBS and then the game. You're also dealing with OBS, the game, and your model, like, and then, yeah, there's just an extra thing, and sometimes those things just mess with everything. Yeah, I had a whole stream that was just scuff. Like, I intended to play Terraria, but it started lagging, so I couldn't play it. And then someone who only spoke Spanish came into the chat. So I was like, "Oh no, I want you to be able to understand." So I took a whole section of the stream trying to translate. Like I was trying to find programs that would translate what I was saying so that they could understand. They had to go to bed. So I figured out how to turn on like subtitles, but unfortunately it's pay to use, so even then they wouldn't have been able to use it. But yeah, yeah, not the most successful um, try. And then right after that, since they had to go to bed, um, I
I realized that I wasn't gonna be able to do much that stream. I think also because my internet was acting up, I just couldn't do anything. So I decided to just talk to chat. I was just gonna talk. So, and then I decided to go online and start showing like my chat stuff. And then I doxed myself twice. Thankfully, the VOD's down, and the VOD that's up on YouTube, I have it blurred out so nobody knows. But yeah, it by the end, I was dragging myself through that stream. I was dragging myself to the finish line. Yeah, it was. Oh, thinking about this stream makes me tired. But yeah, that was a that was a hefty stream. Of course, I've learned from it though. I need to be a little. Yeah, it is scary that I doxed myself. Though I'm still conflicted about how much information I should be showing because it showed like my email and then my name, but it didn't have my whole name, so it'd be still be kind of hard to find me online. But as minimal as possible, yeah. But now I know to be a bit more careful. Yeah, a good rule of thumb. Yeah, minimal as possible is definitely a good rule of thumb. Now I know that I should be a bit more careful. Thankfully, like I made another like a Google account, so now I look at everything through that account rather than through anything else. I changed a lot of things to like the name that I have for this channel, so tuliptunia or Toonie for short. So I'm still keeping an eye out for anything else I need to change, like just in case. But being at the start of my whole streaming thing, I'm still learning, so there might be a time where I forget some stuff. So fingers crossed that I get all my doxing and scuff stuff out in the beginning. I have a PayPal and email for my online persona as well. Yeah, I've been needing to test my PayPal. Like, I changed the name on my PayPal and made it into a business account, but I still need to test if people see my real name on there. I may need to make a whole separate one, but of course that's something I'm gonna have to test probably this week. But you have an online persona? Do you also stream? Or do you also just have a character that you inhabit while you're online, separate from your real life? I did stream. My computer basically died, and I'm on reviewing. I'm re-debuting soon. Oh, that's really exciting. Sucks that your computer died. That really sucks. But but it's really cool that you'll be re-debuting soon. What are your socials, by the way? Because I would like to see what your debut is like. Like, if you're comfortable, I don't want to pressure you into sharing anything if you're not comfortable. Because I know you just met me tonight. Everything is the name. Okay. Okay, let me. Where's where's my. You know what? I will look you up after the stream, and then I'll follow you. Because I do want to like I don't know. I've been wanting to see like I don't know like I don't know. Debuts are always really fun.
So I would love to see your debut. But yeah, definitely gonna look you up. But yeah. Oh, shoot. I got so carried away with talking, I realized that I keep forgetting that that I'm gonna like do the ending of this game. I'll do you one better. I'll follow you first. Oh, you don't have to. I don't want you to feel pressured. Like I'm mainly doing this out of my own like curiosity, because you seem like a really friendly person and someone who's also really into VTubers. So I kind of want to see like what you're all about. So you don't have to feel pressured to if you don't want to. Oh my gosh, you're tiny. 5 followers? Yes, I'm very tiny. I'm pretty sure all the bots that like there's on my Twitter, all the people that followed me there are bots. I've been debating if I should block all of them, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know who's real. So, but yeah, I'm really small. I started literally in December, January. So I'm very small. I just started. But yeah, so far the 5 people who have followed me, I've actually gotten to talk to all of them to some degree. All very lovely people. And I don't know, I'm very fortunate to have met some such nice people. But yeah, you know what? Since I'm already on this on this route, I'm just gonna follow you since I have. There we go. Because I just got the notification that you followed me. So let me follow you back. Oh, your character's so cute. Oh, I love like the pastel colors with the gothic clothing. It's a really nice combo. But yeah, definitely looking forward to when you debut. I've been called cotton candy before. I can see the resemblance. It's very cotton candy colors. They go very nicely together. Oh, I didn't realize there's like a little flower at the end of your tail. This character design's really cute. But yeah, really excited for when you do debut. Yeah. I always love it when like people get creative with like tail designs. Because like, there's like the typical devil's tail, there's the wolf tail. So it's always nice when people do a little more variety with their tails. So yeah, having like flowers at the end is always really cool. But yeah, I'll keep a close eye out for when you debut. Wish you the best of luck when you do. And hopefully your computer does not fail you this time. I've seen someone earlier who can chain a crown that hung from their horn, who had a chain crown that hung from their horns. It was so unique. Oh, I love it when like
they get really creative with like crowns. Oh, I have a nude one now. Oh, you have a new crown or a new tail or like a new computer. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Hopefully, well, I mean it's new. It won't fail you. So, hope things go well. Yeah. With our Now that we have followed each other and I now know what to look out for, I should probably continue with the game because I made a promise that I would finish it. So let's go. Okay. So, so in order to get the true ending, we have to go through the whole game 3 times, right? No, there's no need to be sorry that you kept chatting. Honestly, this is the first time that I've actually properly chatted to to someone like like this. So this is actually a really good experience for me. Like, so no worries with it fast forwarded. Yeah, okay. But yeah, there's no need to be sorry for like chatting with me. I'm really happy that you want to chat with me. Okay, here we go. Haven't you been here before? Deja vu. Okay, so, okay. How do I fast forward? So, I think, I think I got it. Well, I'm sorry if you hear the click of my, oh, that was not what I intended. Well, I mean, I think it's fine. I think we can choose any of the choices. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's allowing the skip. Okay. And so, my life flashed before my eyes. Oh, oh, we're dying. Oh, she's eating us alive. Ow. Fight against your fate. Oh, you wish to keep going, do you? That is impressive, given this is the second time you have been devoured so heartily. Oh, shoot. So it does acknowledge when you play a second round. Of all of the demises you have experienced, this one is the most gruesome. Indeed it is. If you had tired of these repetitions, I would understand. I am not the wicked witch you might think I am, but I would be willing to show you mercy, should you want it. But I can tell that you do not want it. Goodness me, you are stubborn. Why, I ask you, do you continue to fight?
There's no escape for you, you know. I will never let you leave, no matter how you struggle. But very well, let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. Or so I once told you. You ought to know now, however, that this was never truly the case. My favorite has to be the mermaid. Oh, yeah, I can see why. She's so pretty. I think my favorite is the grave digger. I don't know, I really connected with her story. I was really heartbroken when she backstabbed us and decided to bury us. Oh, but yeah, I can see why the mermaid's your favorite. I think like how they address like the mermaid's thought process was very interesting. You still belong to me. Well, she never lied. Yeah, she never lied. She never lied. But still, in the very fashion of sirens, they get you in the end. I am not going to let you get away from me. Not that easily. You can struggle as much as you want, but it will be in vain. It does not matter where you go. I will always find you. I can promise you that much. Okay, I guess we shall go backwards this time. You want to go to the village? Oh, you know, for this route, I gave her a country accent because, like, it kept reiterating that she was not educated or, like, basically, I don't know, the way it was written, she had a twang to her voice. So I gave her a country accent, which was strangely befitting. I don't know, just definitely my first experience with trying to do voices. Okay, let's fight against our fate. You and the first person I watched play this did that. Yeah, I don't know, it felt the most befitting. My, this is certainly unexpected. I had rather thought after everything you've been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself, at long last, to my loving embrace. I am all ready to embrace you should you desire it, and cradle you within my insatiable affection. But it seems you are not ready to submit. Not quite yet. Being buried alive twice over has not been enough to diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me, as if you have any hope of succeeding. Your efforts are all futile. Do you not know that? I am far, far stronger than a skinny human like yourself could ever begin to contemplate. You would be better served if you gave in. Being buried alive, if it fills you with determination. There's a checkpoint in the coffin that we're in, little star that's swirling on the top of the on the top of the lid.
Just touch it and you're just like, I'm filled with determination. But perhaps I have not loved you infusively enough. Not just yet. If you are to learn anything, you must first beat it. I must first beat it into your thick skull, into your thick skull of yours. Will you listen to me then? Oh man, now I'm thinking about all the comparisons between Undertale and this game, because you do get a bunch of different chances over and over again. And like you can play with the saves in order to manipulate things, and the game understands that. Weirdly befitting. I only want what's best for you, you know? Hurting you hurts me too. Does it? Does it really? Keep repeatedly getting me killed. If Undertale was dark like this, I still probably enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, it does have its dark moments depending on the route you take, but this one definitely takes a much more serious tone, much more grave tone to it. But yeah, honestly, I feel like a more serious Undertale, I feel like Toby Fox could definitely pull off a darker story. But if that is what you want, so be it. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. At least that is what you might think. You and I both know, however, that this never was the case. You belong to me, and I will never let you forget that. Now, continue to struggle. Do your very best. It will not work, but it should be entertaining, if nothing else. Go to the shore. So you want to go to the shore. Or climb down the roots. Oh, the mermaid. Hi, mermaid. You're really pretty. I think we should talk more. Picking flowers, 'cause here's a gift of flowers. Oh, you look pretty. Oh, we got a shell. Oh, we came back. Oh, she's suggesting we go with her. It's a lie. She's trying to murder us. Fight against your fate. Oh, you still wish to soldier on, do you? That is remarkable, given this is the second time you've been pulled beneath the ocean's surface. I would have thought that you would want to give up by now, but no matter. You really are stubborn. You, I cannot promise a better fate than this awaits you, regardless of what you might choose, but I am willing to indulge you. Let's go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. At least that is what you once thought. And you and I both know, however, that this never was the case. Not now that you belong to me. How much longer can you keep resisting, though? I cannot wait to find out. Give up? There, you see? Are you happy now? I told you that there was no use in repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You have been drowned, buried, and consumed once more, and for what? Do you feel as though you have made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again, you find yourself as you were at the end of your last forte,
into my forest full of nightmares. You are kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they are bleeding, and your skirt is tattered and torn. You try to inhale, but it hurts. You feel as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors. When you swallow, you can taste salt upon your tongue. You blink, but it's so very dark in these woods you fear you cannot see. There is a heavy, leaden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold, as though it has been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it is frozen. I will say this, resist her. If she tries to lure you, don't give in. Okay, I got it. Thank you for warning me. I will resist. That, or it has been purged from your body altogether in rust-red goblets. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I am saying this for your sake, you know, just as much as I am mine. Though I might have been trapped you with hints, I did not only I did it only because I care for you. I want only for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing save stretching your mind beyond its limitations. It is already, I fear, been stretched thin already. Humans are not designed to die, not are not designed to die, not as insistently as you have. One death should be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Then do not run from me. Let me console you. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Can I click anywhere else? Cat got your tongue? Well, no matter. You will not need your tongue to speak when we are together. It is an unnecessary appendage, however much you might wish. However much you might wish, one day, to whisper sweet nothings to me. I am an all-powerful witch, after all, and I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you are thinking. Yes, that's right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You do not even need to breathe. Now that you are finally mine, I'll cut off your tongue, and I will pluck out your pretty eyes, and I will... No. I beg your pardon? What was that, dear one? Oh! Don't look at me like that. Oh! Finally, she's fighting back! I said no. I am not your dear one. I never wanted this. Girl boss indeed. Don't let this girl gatekeep, what is it? Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Do not let this witch gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss you. You are the girl boss. What? You would defy me still after all you have endured. Were 6 deaths not enough for you, you gluttonous girl? Do you not wish for more? I just wished for a friend. I didn't want to be lonely, but you ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What a bold accusation. What bold whatever. I will whoops, my words. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They are not true, though, you know, they are Bald-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles. I was very upfront when we first we met. I said if you wished to make a contract with me, it would cost you. It is your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you are paying the price. Now, if you will come to me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now, this has all become rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outburst at once, or else what? You will cut off my tongue? Will you will you pluck out my eyes? You've already stole my name, but it's coming back to me. What? No, that should not be possible. You gave me your name. You gave your soul to me. You pledged your heart and your body to me, and now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Medea, Medea, Medea. You remembered my name? I do now. You are called Medea, and I. No, stop it. I am called Rosette. Rosette. It can't be. I knew you were stubborn, but I learned how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me, and now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please don't go. Don't leave me. We made a contract, you and I. You said that you wanted a friend, and I promised to be that friend. I promised that I would always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You? You can rot for all I care. What? No, Rosette! I call after your retreating back, but you do not heed my words. You do not turn your head. Once it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable then, and you were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you're walking away from me. That is a thing that humans say, is it not? You never realize just how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew you were a precious find when first you summoned me. Your fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, endeared you to me. I thought you very noble, which how you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought, with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering might not be so lonely. Goodness me, I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now, you are not the one upon the ground. It is I. I could not. I could keep calling for you, but I know it would do no good. You will not turn back from me now, not when I have caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though. I truly did love you a bit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch was too much even for you to endure. Now there is nothing but milky moonlight and the trees which jut out of the earth about me. They look like monuments built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette, because they are not of your world. They are of mine. Now you have fled from me, like a bird let loose from its cage. I fear I will never see you again. I will be on my own in this forest for all of eternity, or until another silly little girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. It has happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here amongst the foliage and in the fog, and I will close my eyes, and I will let myself dream, and enrobed in an undulating mist, I shall think of to myself, it gets so lonely here. There should be two final options. Oh, and my phone died. Sorry. I'm usually looking at the chat through my phone, but my phone just died. So let me go back to OBS to see what you said. There should be two final options: save and then reload to see both. Okay. Hmm. So where do I need to save? Like, do I need to save like right before I give up? Do I have your permission to link something in the chat? It's a guide for this. Yeah, you have permission to link something, unless it doesn't let you. Okay, it lets you. Okay, let me just. Yeah, sorry for like asking for so much guidance, but thank you for sending the link. You still don't have. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I get it. Okay. So there's two different endings on the third route, and then I have to go through the whole game again in order to like see between the two of them. Okay. I think I've got it. Okay, let's try this. The curtain closes. If only I could fill my heart with love. I'm sitting in a forest. Wait, maybe I should. Is it possible? Oh, oh, there's all my saves gone. If you really want, it's up to you. I won't tell anyone if you didn't. Hmm. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not exactly a 100%er kind of person. Not unless it's like a roguelike game. So for like visual novels, I don't like at least I don't usually go for all the endings. I like to keep with the ending that I get first because it feels a little more organic. But I'm I'm honestly willing to go for all the endings if like someone wants to see them. So yeah, we'll see as we go. I am sitting in a forest. Wait, I need a
plug it. It's alright for my model acting weird. I need to plug in my phone so I can see. It is late at night, and the sky is as black as pitch. There is nothing to light my way save for the moon's milky glow, and the rays that cannot reach me, not properly. The trees, which surround me, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. If I were running, I would not be able to see where I was going, but such concerns are trivial to me. There is nowhere, after all, for me to run to. I am all alone. You have abandoned me. You have made a contract with me once, when you wished for a friend. It was a contract I swore I would fulfill upon my good name, but you betrayed me. Oh, Rosette, why did you have to go? My days were intolerably dull and tedious without you to amuse me. Your company slaked my boredom nicely, but now that you have gone, that boredom has returned fourfold. It is so consuming, I fear I might go mad from it, if I have not, granted, gone mad already. If only there was another mortal out there who might keep me company. If only. I feel a little insulted. I miss you 'cause I'm bored. Oh? Since I already know them, it's just between a few months since no one really. I already know them, but it's just been a few months since no one really plays this. Okay. Sorry for the late reply. My phone was still turning on. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna go for one of the endings, mainly because it's really late for me. But thank you for helping me get to this ending at all. Perhaps I spoke too soon. It would seem that another has intruded upon my moonlight solitude after all, far more quickly than I was expecting. How very fortunate. Well, met stranger, does the moon not look beautiful tonight? Why, it is almost as if our encounter were preordained by a being far greater than both of us. But that, of course, is a foolish thought. There are few beings out there more powerful than myself. Now then, would you care to create a contract with me and relieve the events of this new night anew? It's really late here too, though I do usually stay up until morning. Yeah, I think everyone that's like been here has been staying up really late. Yeah, it's so easy to stay up till morning for some reason. It makes the day drag a bit, but I don't know. Feels good to be up late. Though if you do need to go to bed, don't feel pressured to stay here. I don't want to like make you stay up and then you don't feel good in the morning.
Thank you, but I'm okay. Okay. But yeah, just wanted to give you the space, just so you know. Make a contract with Medea. Don't make a contract with Medea. Yeah, don't make a contract with Medea. Oh, do you not wish to stay with me, dear one? Very well. You are awfully cruel, but I can understand how you feel. I am a benevolent witch, regardless of what some people might say, and I would never force you to do anything. Not against your will. That's a lie. My love is, and always has been, reciprocal in nature, though she did not appreciate that. Now, if that is all, would you like to run along? No good can come, of soliciting with witches in the dead of the night. You had best on your way, and quickly. Otherwise, I might change my mind. After all, it gets so lonely here. Oh, yep, completely wiped it. So yeah, that's that's a good portion of the game. Oh, actually, that was a really good ending. I love how they played with the narration and also like the choices as well. Like they used the choice buttons to reflect our main character, Rosette, which I think is really good. That was really good. I loved the use of that. It really showed you like who was in control the whole time, and it really showed Rosette breaking from that hold. I noticed that too. It was great. Yeah, it was really great. I love it when visual novels really play with the format like that. Like they play with the background or they play with the options or they play with like the narration. Like they use what they have and they use that to their advantage. And I what's also great is like by having like the choices also be the dialogue for the main character, it also feels like your own choices. So it feels much more personal when you do like click on it. It's not just Rosette saying it, it's you saying it too. Really good. Really good. Yeah, this I like I really like this game. There are several layers to it that I didn't realize. How did you find this? Um, I think like like one day on Steam, I was just looking around for visual novels. This was like a while back, and like I don't know, I just went on a like scrolling binge of like of Steam, and I was just looking through a bunch of visual novels. And after digging for a while, I found It Gets Lonely Here. It looked really fascinating, so I wanted to try playing it. And I am very pleasantly surprised. I'm really glad you came when you did, because I would have missed that whole ending. It was a really good ending. But yeah, there's there's a lot of layers to it. Like, so what type of games do you usually play? Um, funny enough, I don't really consider myself much of a gamer, mainly because, like, I don't know, in the past, I've always felt like playing games was me wasting time. So it was really hard for me to get myself to play games. So I only really played games with my friends or like watched playthroughs of games. So the games that I played were Terraria. I played quite a bit of Tower of Fantasy. I see one of your tags is art. Yeah, I'm also an artist, though I haven't been drawing as much as I used to. I would like to draw on stream for everybody at some point, though I'm trying to take it slow at the moment before I start like bringing on more art streams. But yeah, I have a few like art stream ideas. I love drawing streams. I like drawing alongside others. Yeah, I do too. It's always like it's I don't know. Like it's really nice because like there's like the chill vibe of like the streamer and then I don't know. It always helps to work alongside someone else in real life or even online. I don't know. It feels like a group activity rather than by yourself. And in a weird way, it's more motivating. But yeah, I I do like art streams. What are your ideas? I was thinking of doing like one idea that I had. I think I saw Emirichu like do this, but basically, like, cause her whole theme is a cafe. Um, she took people's suggestions for food. So someone would be like, "Oh, a sundae or a banana split," and she'd draw it on stream. So that was kind of my idea. So something similar to a cafe, or I actually had a few others. Let me pull up like because I put it in a little like notes thing of like the kind of streams that I want to do. Where is it? There's like a cafe. There's another one for fast food that I wanted to try doing. But yeah, basically like just just drawing foods. But another one I thought would be really cute is like a potion shop. And someone was just like, I need a potion for healing, and then I draw a healing potion. I thought that would also be really cute. Or maybe like a weapon store, and I would draw like weapons for people. I always thought that would be very cute. And then like in like the streams before that stream, I would take the time to draw like all the props for like the store. So like if it's like a hot dog cart, I would make all the assets for the cart and like rather than it being just the chatting screen, it's like an actual stall that you can like see, you know? I always thought that was very cute. So that's my ideas. Yeah, it is definitely cute. I definitely want to try it at some point. Though I'm still a bit nervous if it's a good idea or not, but maybe I should try it. Hmm, definitely want to try it once I get everything on my end situated because I'm moving at the moment. So there's a lot of chaos happening. I think once all the chaos dies down, I think I'll try it. I'll like take a crack at one of the ideas because I have been craving to do an art stream. at some point. Trying it sounds like it's worth a shot. Yeah, it does like sound like it's worth a shot. Yeah, definitely gonna put in my schedule to try it next month. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Before I sort of said it out loud, I was sort of a bit nervous about it. I don't know, because I guess because it's more chat involved, and before right now, before the last couple of streams, I wasn't chatting as much with people, so I was a bit nervous about the idea of like interacting more with chat. But I feel like after the last couple streams that people have been coming in and have been really nice, I feel a little more confident in trying to tackle it. Hope your move is going well. Yeah, it's it's a bit hectic because everyone's trying to arrange things in a way. Like my mom's trying to make room for me. I I have to move all my boxes downstairs in order to get them in the car and ready to go to my mom's. But then there's like a bunch of other stuff. Like I have a trip this week, and then I also have to apply for community college. Ah, yeah, there's a lot happening this month. So thank you for your well wishes. I hope it goes well too. But yeah, I think with the end of the game and it being very late, it is like 3 a.m. my time. I think I'm going to end stream. Unless there's anything else you wanted to talk about, I'm more than happy to sit and chat. I'll let you have the rest of your night to yourself. Then thank you again for the follow and thank you for the stream. Yeah, of course. Thank you for coming to the stream. Thank you for chatting with me. And like thank you for telling me about your debut. It's always like exciting to see like creators, other creators make stuff. So I'm excited to see what you do. But yeah, thank you so much. Like it was honestly a pleasure to have you in my chat. Also, thank you for telling me about the other end. I would have never gotten that ending if it weren't for you. But yeah, I hope you have a good night. Should I call you Tulip? Yeah, you're free to call me Tulip. Like you can call me Tulip, Tunia, or Tuni, whichever works best for you. But yeah, you can call me Tulip. And do you prefer to be called Poppy? Or is there another name you would prefer? Nice to meet another flower. Yeah, Poppy is fine. Okay. Yeah, Poppy it is. Yeah, it is nice to meet another flower. Yeah, I really do love flowers, so yeah, flower buddies. Yeah. I hope you have a good night, Poppy. I believe it's morning for you, right? Like I think you're like 3 hours ahead of me. Yeah. Yeah. Have it is. Oh, yeah, you need rest even more so. How'd you figure that? Um, 'Cause I remember, did you I believe at some point you mentioned like the time it was where you are, and I remember it being around 3 when I said like and I looked at my clock and it was around 12. I'm scrolling through the chat log. Where is it? And I realized that my phone died, so I can't see it. But yeah, you definitely need more sleep than I do, because it's even later for you than it is for me. So I'm gonna let you go. Sorry for holding you here, but thank you once again for talking to me, for being here for the stream, for helping me with the game. It was a huge, like, it was a huge honor. Thank you. But yeah, I, I got it. I gotta go because I have a bad habit of just repeating myself over time. So I'll say like good night like 5 times before I actually go and leave. So I'm gonna, I gotta close out now because I will just keep saying good night repeatedly. So once again, thank you. I think that's the third thank you I've said. Oh, I need to stop myself. Good night. I'll head out so you have no one to talk to. Yeah. Yeah, please leave. I'll keep talking. But yeah. Bye. Thank you for being here. That's the fourth one. I gotta go. Gotta go.